All right. I've never been here before. Is there someone who comes on and says things about the market? There might be. That person's also dead inside. GFU is selling all those calls he advertised right now. Surely not all of them. Oof. As I said before, 27's kind of important. 27, 30, something. If it gets below that, I think that's pretty bearish. But I think if it can hold above it, it might be in a good spot. Smoking trees. Welcome to Cornishon, dude. Thank you so much. I was trading their pre-market on GB until like fucking 6 a.m. Ugh. How's SPX looking? Like it's having trouble with 5,300, which could be very interesting, right? It's not right now, but it could be. There's a shitload of call interest at like 5305, 5310. Um, I think things are still pretty bullish here, but if they start losing their footing at any point, the downside could be relatively swift, especially if we fall back below gamma neutral on the monthly, which is at oh, I feel like death. 5291. There should be support at 30. Um, on the downside of 30, not much till 25. Below 25, there's a few places where there's support. I think the biggest problem here is all of the out of the money options. Um, are pretty slim still, which is going to make it hard to stay above Gamma Max. Gamma Max currently at 2340. I'm sure that's changed since Friday, but if GFU exercises all his calls, is OPEX going to shoot us to the moon? Maybe. We have earnings coming up though, like the shareholder meeting and shit. Retest the minor trend on GME at 29. Minor support. Earnings is on the 11th. Maybe. A lot of the arbitrage from the EU session last night is almost resolved here. Which was a big part of the run in the pre-market. Liquidity on GME is starting to tighten up a little bit. Uh-oh. QQQ dumping. Vol picking up a little bit. Back above 13. Huh. Excuse me? Oh. Where the fuck is that $10? Oh, we have ISM data. What the fuck? These puts are massively overpriced. It's a dangerous rejection. The PMIs are out? Oh, 945. Wait, no, that's S&P Global Manufacturing, not I'm talking about the ISM PMIs. ISM's 10 o'clock. Hmm. Options chain's getting kind of stacked on the dippy. Hmm. Not quite a test of GM, but pretty close. What did I say it was? 291.91? What are yields doing? 10-year pushed back down overnight. So did the 5. Dixie dropped a little bit. And Q's pushing down. Dow's down 23 points. Russell lost its lead. Oh, that's rough. Gamma moving back to negative. Fuck me. I need to wake up. No, 27, 38. Something like that. 27:32. Typed it in the chat on Jamie last night. Gherk, look at Burke. What's Burke doing? Ouch. This is cool. Do we have any fucking support here at all? I'm not sure we do. Support at like 55. Maybe 75 on the longer dated calls. Hmm. Some buyers on QQQ there. Saw the light. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. We playing GME? Not right now. I traded a little bit in the pre-market this morning. Not a ton, but like a little. I don't know. Kind of want to see where this drops to, because if it loses 27, it's really bearish. And it's awfully close to that. Do you do a snapshot of my port? Why? Oh, nice. Burke A? What happened with Burke A? Holy shit, did Buffett die? Can I buy this right now? Right? It's like PMIs were good. Oh, okay. Yeah. Came in a little lower. That's going to be moderately bullish. Bullish enough, I'm not sure, but we're back over GN. And some vol short coming in. Oops. Curious. Maybe it doesn't matter. I really hope I fell on this $200 a share Burke. Maybe I should set a stop on this time. Interesting. Still negative gamma. Let's see what's going on here. That looks kind of bearish. Yeah, momentum's pushing to the downside a bit. Holy fuck, they're slamming the shit out of GMA. This is what matters. 27. There we go. Delta stays positive on SPX until a break of 52.85. Yeah, so we stayed just above it there on the drop. It's crazy what they can do when there's liquidity. Yeah. Jimmy Short's tank market. Warren Buffett shorted GME, full leverage off Burke. Burke now bankrupt. Crash imminent. Is Burke A going to be a shirt off moment? I mean, if I fill on it and it immediately goes back to the price it's supposed to be at, sure. My Burke A fills, I'm becoming a pontiff. It's halted. Burke's halted. Did you see my Ko-Fi? Maybe not. Gherkin fills on Brick A because I couldn't, but you can buy gold, which is currently sitting at 25 cents. Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Is the Fed wire down? What if JFresh wasn't wrong about his market crash prediction? I wonder if this is more just like carryover shit from the data issues last week. And I see a technical glitch. I've got an order for Burke right here. I bought Burke during the COVID crash. Today makes me happy that I sold it. The glass castle is shattering. I don't know about that. Regards, Geeky. Buffett could go to prison for assaulting my mom, and I'd still buy at 200. One of my brokers is just rejecting the order. I mean, it shouldn't allow you to place it. I just got my 20 Burke shares for 190 apiece. You just said it good to close, but I doubt it will fill. Yeah, that's ridiculous. What's SPX positioning looking like? Bearish? There's a lot of calls above 5,300. We're just not above 5,300. That seems to be the biggest problem right now. And there's a pretty decent put ramp down to like 275 if we can lose 90. So far, we're holding up. The delta goes negative at 85. Might be getting a little bit of de-risking on short puts, so we're sold into the end of the day Friday. ES is all over the fucking place. Dixie dropped 36 points. Hmm. This is interesting. I'm struggling with gamma neutral here. No, NYSE is having data issues on a bunch of stocks. I got off the phone with Buffett. He said YOLO. I don't know if anybody actually filled on Burke at 185. Chipotle is also on NYSE. No, it's not having any issues. Appleman, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, dude. It's still halted. A little bit of delta picking up. Terms slightly positive here. Momentum doesn't look great. That's kind of holding up. A little bit of positive momentum there. Yeah, still need to lose 85. It seems to be all that matters. Getting more out of the money call buying. Not a ton. 5,300, 5,305. But I'm not sure that's all call buying and not a decent amount of call selling. Looks like we have big spreads. 55.50, 53.05, 53.10. So realized vol crush, but because of where gamma's negative and where delta flips negative on the 0 DTE, this could drop to like 75 probably. I wonder how that's affecting intraday margin requirements, though, until they get the price fixed. Daydream Believer. Hey Greg, I got fills on my birthday. So long. Everything you tried to teach me was for nothing. I mean, I put in a buy order because crazier shit has happened. Why would you pick gold over birthday? Oh, okay, you have some on birthday. Greeks for CrowdStrike. Do I have them? Hold on. Maybe. Uh, Gamma neutral's at 375. Gamma max 381. Delta neutral 264. Vega neutral 257. God, Friday's run was so fucking crazy. With a gap. It's a tiny gap. Ready for my cat guaranteed market crash now? Hey, it's Popcorn Trader here, and I'm selling a Keys to Success book. If you want to keep around $1,000 in your Robinhood account and place a buy order of Burkay at 200, it's that easy. Fidelity's self-clearing, so it makes sense that they wouldn't allow an order to be placed. Does GM and SPX act as support resistance? Yeah, because the market maker's buying into the upside below it and selling into the upside above it, right? So as soon as you cross GM, the MM is a net seller on an upside move, which pushes the price back under GN. Did Burkay split or did Buffett die? No, there's just data issues at NYSE. Once SPX hits 5,300, we're pretty cemented there. No, it really needs to get back above GN on the weekly, which is at like 5,307. Trade market limits. We get a fill. Burke's halted. B2 is just bussing lately. Yeah, it's doing pretty good since its bounce. Back at like 25 right now? Holy shit. Nice. Bulls are gonna exhaust all their leverage trying to push this above 5,300. Yields are tanking. Looks like dollar finally found some support. Forward yield on volatility isn't moving very much though. Hmm. Um, what's FSLR doing this morning? Up 1%. It's still below 280 though. AMD's down. Carvana is bouncing a little. Apple up? Apple's up 1.3%. Tesla's up. Nvidia's up. Hmm. So Nvidia and Meta are like 100% of the S&P returns, or the NQ returns for today. Nvidia, Meta, Apple. Jesus fucking Christ. Nvidia's 2.8 trillion market cap. Yeah, NQ's way stronger today. Breadth is pretty weak. Dow and Russell are down. RSP is down. Oil dropped pretty hard. It's like 300 BPS. Gold, silver, copper all up. ES needs to lose 5,300 to really fall. So far, it's kind of holding up. Fall's picking up a little bit. Jimmy's stuck at 30. If Jimmy broke like 32 to the upside or 27 to the downside, might have a better confirmation of a continuation. One way or the other. Would a fill here stop at a gap fill, or could it have momentum beyond that? It could pick up momentum. I mean, we're in a negative gamma environment, right? So if the MM starts selling, they could end up selling a lot more. GME chart's not frozen, is it? Is Jimmy's data fucked now too? Let me try switching the ticker and see if that fixes it. No. Is Jimmy below gamma neutral? No, not even close. Can you please call your friend Warren B and get us an update? Thanks, man. I hope you're well. Don't forget to hydrate. I won't. Thank you, Bithead. It's frozen on Fidelity, too. Interesting. Jimmy's moving on Quest Trade. Time and sales indicate things are still pretty normal. Oh, that's weird. Oop, here's the 85 test again. I like this new market game of guess the price. It's pretty cool. You just don't know what anything's worth. That'd be kooky, you know? You just fucking, I don't know, just place orders on, just place random out of the money orders on shit and see what happens. It's been like that for 17 years. It's like a carnival game. It's like, ah, Dork got a $75 fill on the video this morning. 85 is an important level. I think I noted that earlier. God, I love the SPX. I wonder who made it up. I'd like to shake their hand, you know? Would you kiss them with consent? Yeah, I think so. It's just somewhere at SIBO, once upon a time, a guy was sitting in a room and he was like, I want to create the greatest financial derivative based product ever made. And they were like, how are you going to do it, man? It was like, I'm going to take all of the stocks in the S&P and I'm going to add them together, but there's not going to be any underlying, just options. And we're going to lobby Congress to give it a tax treatment. That guy was a fucking Chad. Collateralized short vol loan obligation tranches. It's very suspicious that puts are so expensive, right? It's not just me. Delta's a little negative here. Not a lot negative, but like a little. Mm. Why don't I have a price on fucking GameStop? Do I have it on TradingView? Okay, it's a 31. Ooh, arbitrage is doing weird things. Hmm. Bulls are turning it around. FSLR broke through 280. Ooh, that's good. Kind of all at once there, too, huh? Yeah, that might not hold. That's some crazy volatility. Buy calls? On what? On GME? But they're expensive. They're very expensive relative to their potential returns. Also, GME looks bearish as fuck. Calls on Burke A. No, that's something I can get behind. Extensive GME calls is going to prevent a run, no? I mean, GME calls have been expensive for like a month now. Will I ever be able to get out of Fubo at $2? Possibly. You could have done it when it was $3. No, there's no options on Burke. Burke B. Burke B, he says. You can hear the disdain for poor people in his voice. Do you think SPX can break 52.75? Yeah, it's possible. And we need to keep dropping, but I don't see why not. There's a shitload of short puts like out of the money, right? So if we keep pushing those in the money and squeezing them off, SPX can keep dropping. Like it could drop all the way down to like 52.55, 52.50. Shockingly, after out of the money calls on Friday went 100x, people took profits. I know, right? Fucking paper hands. What's a profit? Don't worry about it. You'll get there. A couple more years. Do you think BTU gets a new high this cycle? 28.30 perhaps? That'd be cool. The trend resistance is fucking up at like 28. So it seems reasonable. I mean, China's economy is starting to show some signs of turning around, which is what everyone wants to see to get bullish on coal, right? I like when people ask you, do you think SPX can break X when you have options that are further out of the money than that number literally on the screen? Yeah, but I mean, I could also just be scalping gamma, right? Like the bumping gamma without actually expecting the SPX to drop to 5265. Are you scalping gamma? I mean, yeah, but that could also just become delta. It didn't even stop to get gas at 5275. That's neat. Today's a nice day. Nice, Sahib. Is it just me, or do I remember correctly that Burke always gets glitchy around big GME action? Well, it did once. But to be fair, at that moment, everything in the market got pretty glitchy. You just gave me a better understanding of gamma and delta with two sentences than I've been able to learn by watching you for the past 10 years. What's GME's price now? Mm, failing the test at 30? That's not good. Nice. Oh, should I play the bounce? Looks weak. Mm, About Apple and Meta instead of Jimmy this morning? Am I no longer super autistic? How you doing on this? Hmm. Apple did good testing 95. I still think Apple looks the strongest out of all the Mag 7 as far as the options chain goes. Nvidia's failing super hard. They're fucking just dumped. How much is the 1100 weekly? That is extremely tempting. Hmm. Where's support? Like 55? We left a little upside gap there around 70. Um, but yeah, there's not a lot of option support here. Mostly just short puts. Able to tell in real time if DFE is offloading his position. No, not really. You can just look at the volume on his strike. About 6,600 volume on the $20 strike. So it's possible he's offloading some. Although short vol stayed fairly consistent with his purchases over the last couple weeks on the $20 strike. How could he offload when he has the entire OI? What do you mean? I mean, he just needs a buyer, right? Bounce? Well, a little bit of an attempt at one. That's 5264. That's the big technical level on the monthly. It's kind of important. Probably some futures buyers there. Right? It's like ES 275 or some shit like that. $52.65 breakdown is confirmation of a failure of Friday's pump. So psychologically, it's a pretty important level. Positionally, it's not very strong. What makes it a psychological level of significance? It was the high for March and April. So if you'd bought the index over the last 3 months, yeah, that's pretty important, right? Has anyone gotten fills on anything? Of course not. What did you do to Burke? Kenny's shorting it to pay us. GME's got data issues. All of the NYSE does. GME's at 29.91 right now. Ugh. NQ's now red on the day. Dow's down 50 points. VIX up 5%. VIX 3-month up 3%. Correlation on the 3-month is turning right back around. And the forward yield on vol is moving more positive. Weird about this is that yields are still dropping. The dollar dropped pretty hard too. We're now pricing in 0.32 rate cuts. So ISM manufacturing cooled a little bit. Right when you said that, I had GME 3060 on IBKR. I see it at $29.99 right now. 30.06, 30, 29.98, 30, 30.03, 29.93, 91, 92, 86, 88, 84, 90, 29.90, 29.96. Looks like it's just chopping right under $30. Ah, yes. I would like NVIDIA to drop to 1,000, please. Doesn't even seem unreasonable. Stop finding buyers at 11:20. Who are these people? Who wakes up in the morning and they're like, I'm gonna buy a NVIDIA at $1,120? Is DFU trying to blow up the vol shorts single-handedly? He's like 90% of the delta on the chain, Dork. I'm not gonna lie. If I were Kenny and I saw DFV reveal his position like that, I would short the ever-loving fuck out of GameStop. Why? Because you can. If I were DFV, I'd kick RC off the board. That'd be cool too. Can he though? GME's pretty liquid. DFV's definitely playing a dangerous game here. It's not like the first time he tweeted, GME was a liquid as fuck, right? This time, that's not the case. Now, options degens could easily make it more illiquid, right? And the price improvement overnight definitely helps a bit, but not enough. It still needs to be higher, and there needs to be more out of the money positioning, right? Has DFV done anything illegal here? No. I'm sure he's under the advisement of several attorneys, although it's gonna be tough to defend if they come after him. I know they canceled my Burke order. Sons of bitches. That was my generational wealth opportunity. Fucking cunts. Crime? Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say it's illegal. It'd really be a stretch. The problem is he's already set a precedent for him pumping the stock when he tweets, right? And shares his positioning. And so, like, going in and being like, I had no idea it would do that. I was just sharing my position doesn't really work after you've proved beyond a reasonable doubt that your input has an effect on the price of the price of the equity. That's no different than Buffett sharing a position, but Buffett's sharing a position like significantly after the fact. Right, he's filing a 13G. Like, if he's not filing with the SEC, it's not that much of a stretch. They've gotten people for less. They're not likely to pursue it, right? Because the backlash would be immense, but they could. Remember, they're a civil agency. They can kind of do whatever the fuck they want. Ribsack Morris. I guess if he dumps his position after this, that his odds of legal issues are higher. Yeah, like if he sold this morning after tweeting last night, that would be like that'd be rough. So he probably won't, right? Again, the Hindenburg announcements are like well after the position is already in place. That would be DFE's defense as well. SEC has no juice when dealing with private citizens. Yes, they fucking do. What are you talking about? They're not FINRA. With that much ownership, wouldn't you just be better off selling CCs over the long run? Probably, yeah. This cost basis is oddly high. No one seems to be saying anything about that. Is that more egregious than Kramer straight up telling people that XYZ is a buy or sell? I mean, there would have to be some positive correlation between Kramer saying that XYZ is a buy or a sell and the underlying going up, right, or down. Which, the inverse Kramer ETF would say isn't very common. Um, it's tough in the age of social media because they don't really have a lot of legislation written around that, and there's not a ton of precedents. And that's why it was like they probably should have gone after Elon for his statements on Twitter, right? But there was really no precedent to go after him for that. But the SEC is kind of like the ATF. Like they just make up the shit as they go. That's like, oh, you bought a gun part that we just made illegal 5 years ago, straight to jail, right? I mean, the SEC fees would be chump change to him too, so he could easily just risk it and not give a shit. That was Elon's thing. Like he didn't fucking care. What he's gonna get fined? Here, take your money. Unless there's some sort of malicious intent provable, right? It's never gonna go like escalate to like the DOJ or anything. There's such a fucking huge call wall at 5,300. What if I told you they were all sold, Dork? What if I told you that was bullish? I wouldn't believe you. Just cause we're down $30 from testing it. It's one SEC fine. What could it cost? $10? Hmm. I still need to get this back over like what, 87 to get a good pump? It's a long way away. And stopped Tom Lee from slapping the glow in the dark clown makeup and going hard at the rave before. I know. But bulls are in a bit of a pickle here, Dork. Like, just think about this structurally, right? And I'm 100% sure it's intentional because of where the positioning is. right? But that massive pile of positive gamma, right, from all of those short calls has consistently pushed further and further down over the last 2 weeks, right? It was at like 53.30, and now it's at like 5300, right? And here's what's interesting about this is for short vol to de-risk, they need to get it above 5350, right? Like only above 5350 can they de-risk their short volatility position effectively, right? And have enough support from the market maker to pull back uh their short puts without just, tanking the fucking market. Um and so whoever's selling those calls is intentionally pushing short vol into a position where they're just like they've driven their car slowly into a brick wall and now they're just hitting the gas really hard, but they're not going anywhere. So they have to keep compounding short vol, but with no price improvement because of diminishing returns, right? Yes, that kid was me. No, I don't think DFE unloaded all his calls. There's not even enough volume at the strike. There's only like 7,000 volume on the 20. Yeah, 7,887 volume. GME 2812. I have to cut this fucking option. The fucking spread is so wide. It's not a reversal yet. 11:36:07. Today's Monday. Not sure I want to get stopped out of this just yet. I don't have options data available. Ah, okay. 78. There's only 7,800 volume at the strike. So it's not possible that he could have dumped it all. He may have taken profits on some of it. Tricky situation. A little bounce in momentum there. That doesn't look fucking bullish at all. 15-minute consolidation. Yeah, I don't think this looks great, right? Here's what's weird. We're still kind of trading inside that Thursday drop. Hmm. If this fails, are we gonna get another leg down? Hmm. I just got back from a meeting. Why did SPX pump all of a sudden? What do you mean? Friday? Or like just right here? This is just like some put capitulation, right? I mean, we dropped like 50 BPS. This is also the like long-term support on SPX, right? That's the March April high. It's ES 5275, which isn't a huge level, but I'm surprised Wall Street Bets didn't let DFV update there and made him go to super stonk with a $250 million position. I think it's kind of hysterical that it got posted on Superstock, and one of the top comments was like, "TFV believes in DRS." This fucking E Trade account. He has options in an E Trade account and a cost basis that indicates at some point he must have sold some GME shares, right? He's trading it. It seems pretty obvious, right? He has fucking. He has like 2 weeks of expiry contracts. His cost basis was lower back in 2021. And brokerages don't adjust for covered calls. I mean, you can adjust for them manually with like Fidelity, but it usually just gets reset. Why are SPX puts so overpriced right now? High probability of going in the money? The fact that Roaring Kitty is trading GME and badly is the best part of the story. He's one of us. I think the most likely outcome is the cashless exercises. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to avoid the legal complications, you could like cashless exercise and sell calls at the same strike. They aren't overpriced. If you buy when they're cheaper, sell when they're more expensive. Yes, popcorn. Look at you learning. Oh, pie guy. Sorry. Too many people with P in their name. I should block that. Did you resubmit your Berkey order? No, that's never gonna fill. Where could another leg down take this? 55, 50? If those win the money, we could dump all the way back towards like 5,200. Retesting the trend. At least this looks kind of weak. Early support on the breakdown, but not a ton of support on the breakdown. I'm flattered or insulted. You just mistook me for popcorn. You said a very popcorn thing. Are you ready for Happy Gilmore 2? Don't tell me that's... I don't want to know if that's real. What happened to Trey Trades? He finally got his truck driver's license, his CDL, Class A. He's just living life on the road now. Wait, for real? No. He grifted a bunch of morons out of like millions of dollars on YouTube and then fucking disappeared into the sunset before they got angry with him. I've heard the lot lizards at the local Nebraska truck stop have never been happier. Are we talking about Lenixis? No. Lenixis' situation is still completely unchanged. Whatever happened to the Amish Kevin Spacey guy? Kevin Spacey? Are you talking about Harrison Ford? Where's J-Roll? Busy trying to salvage his GME 100Cs. Out a bit. I don't know what happened to him. I think he just disappeared. He had like 70 shares. Did Peruvian Bull buy up all the gold? No, but Gaff's working on bankrupting him with Cardano. You should turn off the members only chat when GME's sub 30 and when it's over. Well, hold on. I don't want to turn off the members chat until I buy puts. Which mod banned you? Oh, who was it? I can't remember their fucking names, man. It was the weird tall one. Jasmar, yeah. He said by teaching people about options, I was handing them a loaded gun. Real quote. What a dipshit. Good. This is America. By DRSing, he's given them poison pills. Is J-Roll the one who discovered the new land of Israel? Yeah, he did. Didn't DFE have options? DFE currently has options. I don't even know which one banned me, but I responded to my ban by asking if they were going to reverse it now that DFE showed undrs positions with options. I've been using the loaded gun to rob the SPX. Nice. SPX bounce coming soon. We just got one. Yeah. I don't know if you wrote that before that green candle popped up or not, but I'm going to assume you did and say excellent job. My brother in Christ, my birthday order filled. I don't believe you. Birthday was the one true stock, up 694,000 just now. Oh, come on, Bulls. Oh man, some people had market orders on Burke A. It's it went up a lot. Yeah, that's it. I mean, winning, right? If they sold the top. Is FSLR looking ready? It looks pretty good above 280. It's kind of chopping around there right now, though. Uh, Fill the downside gap. Take too much risk with these calls. Hmm. No reversal? This is a pretty hard rejection. Interesting. Right, chase the gap and see if we can break 75. Mm, this is still pretty bearish. Yeah, sellers at 70. How far can FSLR go if it fails 280 again? You mean drop? All the major resistances are at like the $10 increments. So it failed the breakout of 80 there. Failed a 78 test this morning, and then hasn't quite failed an 80 test here. This could still break up. I mean, there's interest out on the chain to like. Let's see. Well, let me check if anything's really changed. Hmm. Jamie's still holding up at 30. Are Bulls gonna be able to pump us out of this or no? We need to get it back above. Oh, Jesus. There's a lot of resistance to the upside. Maybe not. Nope. Fail. Well, so much for that attempt at a pump. A lot of upside gaps there, though. Next week. Quite weak. Oh, hey, the price is moving again. Hmm. I sent Dork my trading plan last night. Ended up inversing it this morning and made money. I should keep doing it. Seems valid. Did Paper Hands Portnoy buy back in? He's just buying at the price he paper handed out last time. Dad, what do if you've shorted all of the vol from 5,000 to 5,250? Keep selling more. Hope no one notices. Is Howl a good buy at 34? I don't know. I've been getting some like leap exposure on it. Kind of just DCAing in. I have some cover calls sold against it, but not very much. Yeah, 34 is not really support. At this point, maybe like 33.80 would be a better target. What do if this doesn't break down? I don't know, get calls. Stop overholding your pets that printed like hours ago. NVIDIA is so insufferably resilient. Yeah, it gets like ridiculous buy support sometimes. Tesla failed 180. Google looks kind of good right now. They can get back above like 173. Yeah, the yields aren't very good. Oil's down super hard today. I should buy back the rest of my Zom shit. Actually, Zom's holding up. Interesting. Bulls are still pushing, and they're buying the out of the money calls here. So like 268. Doesn't mean if they're buying the out of the money calls, they're trying to build a ramp. So if they break up above 75, they can push it. Doesn't mean it's going to be successful. They tried earlier and it fucking failed. But as long as we stay relatively stable here, people are going to try to play the bounce, right? The price is Jim, you need to hold 27.32. There's a gap up on QQQ. Nope, not anymore. Still like bullish consolidation here. Hmm. How's NQ look? $18,550. Supported 18.6. Could get a reversal. Maybe not a successful one, but at least the start of one. 18,675. Dixie drilling for 103. Yeah, it's dropping pretty hard. BNet bounced back a little in the pre-market. Offerings tomorrow, though. Ooh, failed breakout. Again. Why would I sell GME 25s with 4 DTE? QQQ just failed super hard. Yep, that's bearish. Oh well. Bulls suck. Vol's spiking up a bit. Super Song's trying to say Burke crashed because of GME swaps. Stupid. Barrick Gold too, right? How soon after BNet share distribution before they reverse split? I'm not sure what the reverse split date is. It should be in the documentation. $52.60 incoming. We're still in bullish consolidation. So until it fails, no. Remember I was promoted to asset manager? A week later, the firm blew up. The whole REIT, also my employment, were margin called. Apparently, it happened to several big syndicators at the time. Wait, your REIT blew up? That's fucking awkward. I love it when my REIT blows up. Hmm. Yeah, all these attempts at finding stability keep failing. Apple and Nvidia are the only thing holding this shit up still. That's not good. Ugh. What's the next downside resistance? 52, 55, and 50. Mm. I have nothing to say other than I love you, Dad. Can I get a song? How about some bear song to turn this around and get SPX to all-time highs again? Ew, gross. Thanks, Jeff. A few weeks ago, I blew up my account. Today, I nearly doubled it after slowly rebuilding for some time. Here's to hoping I've learned my lessons. Nice, man. Well done. Ew, time that shill out, right? Why are people buying NVIDIA at these prices? That's an excellent question. Dump. Ooh, fuck. I'm up $33 today. Tremble before my trading prowess. Congratulations, Popcorn. If you do that 1,000 more times, you'll be break even on the last month. Why market crash? Because all of the short puts are going in the money. There should be some support around like 50, 55. I don't know how much there's going to be, but that was a lot of momentum. 26% up and out of cash. I'm gonna go play Manor Lords. See you, man. Have fun. I mentioned the 52.25 being sub $1 5 minutes ago. They hit $3. Nice. I bought puts at 5,300 this morning. Closed them out when we tested 52.63. Was feeling like a master of space and time until just now. There was nothing wrong with closing puts out in the 52.60s. Fucking Vol's spiking really hard though, which is awesome because my Vega 2Ds are like right back where they were on Friday before that stupid fucking rip. Jimmy has traded 10x volume today. What do you mean? What? What's a good spot to buy in AMD? AMD fell below 65. That's not good. What happens if we break 5250? More downs? We could drop to fucking. I mean, we could drop all the way back to like 5200. There's really nothing stopping us at that point. ES is getting pretty close to testing the bear confirm, or well, the bear signal. Uh, $33 is a huge percentage wise win. So congrats. Mechanical reaction to failing to break 5300. Mechanical reaction to failing to break 5300. The data wasn't even bad for the bulls. Like the bulls wanted contraction in manufacturing, right? And like inflation break evens moved down, yields dropped. Oil's down like 3% today. Doesn't matter. Even though OPEC extended their cuts yesterday, which I think is hysterical. I saw the stag and the inflation the data. How many rate cuts being priced in? 0.31. All right, Dorg. Correlation fully reversed on Friday. Like the entire just drop in dispersion on Friday is fully reversed. Yeah. Well, this is interesting. Shortfall's not fighting back here. Hmm. Oh. This is bearish as fuck. Can you say my 52.25p are going in the money? I mean, they might. Dork? Forward yield on volatility just turned positive, and yields are down, like the 10%. The 10-year is down 2%. Like, have you looked at the carry? This is bad, right? No, dollar is falling. Dollar's falling and squeezing the yen. Can you make the carry trade graph red so I know it's bearish? Sure, trash. There. Is that better? SPX 4,000 end of day. VIX had no problem getting right back above fucking $14. We're almost in backwardation again. That fast. That's nuts. Hey, Dork, when broad asset devaluation? Right now. CrowdStrike doesn't miss on earnings. Dude, if we drop another fucking like $10, the MM's gonna go long Vana. First put entry went up 160%. This went up 115. This is what you take profits and re-enter. Hmm. This is a very interesting job. I'm gonna keep drilling here. It doesn't look like we have a lot of support. I mean, we don't, right? There's just not a lot of support here. Everything's just short puts. What are they gonna do? Sell more? That's exactly what they're gonna do. I mean, yeah, but with what money? They didn't make a killing Friday. They just unburied all of their fucking. You know what they did was they reverted their losses, and not even all of them. Now I have to resort to trading XSP. I feel gross. There's always QQQ. That way you could feel gross with an edge. They could short yen. Can they? Hmm. Why would you short Rien right now? Death Wish? Let's hear with the mysterious Jimmy. Call position, you responded. What's your take on it? Take now on it. What, DFV's position? I mean, it's bought, right? But like volumetrically on the strike, they were still selling like almost 1-to-1 with the OI that he purchased. So they were keeping the vol on his position crushed. What's up, Dork? I want you to close your eyes and imagine something. Okay. SCX gap down at this level. Ooh. I want QQQ to go to 430. Are my 5225s finna print? They very well might. It's a pretty 50-55, but we basically slid through. Well, we hit those levels with a lot of momentum, right? Now at 45, we don't have support, but why is it so difficult to slide through? Less volume, mostly. There's just not a lot of options at this strike at all, right? So at 50 and 55, there's a ton of gamma, and so we fall through them, and the market maker is gonna deleverage that hedge, right? But here there's nothing, which is almost worse. Nice bold solution. Gherk win V. Well, 5240 is delta neutral. So, well, actually, 5244 is delta neutral. So we're just a bit below delta neutral right now. I'm not sure we're gonna get a V here, right? There's a pretty good chance that we just keep dropping. How low can Carvana drop? I'm still short. I was kind of hoping for, somewhere in like the 80s. That'd be cool. Or, zero. It's actually 612. Huh. Are picnic ants real? Can we harness this form of locomotion? Only if you're Yogi Bear. OI update? There's just nothing but short puts down here. There's a decent amount of them at 45. On the longer dated ones. Below 45, there's pretty much just short puts all the way down. Maybe 25 is a bit of resistance. 5210, 5200. Life calmed down enough for me to continue stock trading. I have this great new play called FFIE. I'm thinking of trying out. Oh, you don't like money, do you? Everyone who's been in on that has gotten burned. It's just a pump and dump. Thank you. When do they pump 100 BPS on SPX again? Doesn't look like that's gonna happen today. Back above delta neutral. VIX 14. It's a small bounce. I don't know if it's enough to get any kind of continuation though. My thoughts would be target 55. If it can break back above 50. Got rejected pretty hard last time. VIX back below 14. At least for a second here. A pretty strong rejection. Let's see how ES looks. Fail the test. Fall back below DN. A little bit of support at 45. Not on today's expiration, though. They look like they're out on Friday. Yeah. Still a lot of gamma, though. I swung some SPX puts for 500 in less than an hour today. Am I back? Fucking sounds like it. Nice, man. You went silent and I got scared. I see. NLST. I don't really know anything about it. I don't see how winning the lawsuits translates to growth. The fucking eBay is terrible. Negative 47% margins. Hmm. Hmm. If it was NVIDIA versus the RSP, and I bet the RSP would win, you were right. Yeah, breath was shittier this morning, like really shitty. Dow started failing right away. How does T1 in this week's FTDs affect GME tomorrow? Depends on what level GME is capable of holding into close. They're trying hard right now, aren't they? But to turn this around, I think they're just trying not to lose delta neutral again. How long did it take you to become desensitized to the chat? I don't know, like a month or two. What do you think of Hal here? It's not a terrible price. I'm probably gonna add to my leap calls. But I don't think I'm picking up any more shares. What's delta neutral on AVGO? Good question. $12.93.81. What if I want us to break delta neutral? Does the MM have any empathy? No? How far out is considered a leap? Leaps are a specific contract. They're on the June, December, and Jan expirations. They're their own financial product. They could just rip the entire big tech market if they win all the litigations. Or just get a lump sum payment because they can't build up the infrastructure to manufacture anything themselves. I don't like betting on court cases. I'm thinking of out of the money CSPs on how the assignment wouldn't be devastating. Mm, are they worth it? I feel like the yield's not worth it. Like if you sell it 90 days, are you beating the 3 month? Guybrush for MOASS. Thank you so much, JC. It's good to have you back. They're really low. I checked it earlier. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's not worth the. No, sometimes it's not worth it. Yeah. I mean, when you're looking at those things, try to remember that like the 3 month T bill is at 5.4, right? Interesting. Bloomberg Commodity Index is fucking tanking with oil, but metals are all up. Everything's getting screwy. I like it. Dow's down 100 points already today. Russell's down 81. RSP's down 113. I can't buy your stinky T-bills. Why not? Foreign investors buy US treasuries all the time. Have you ever looked into PODY? Is that the Mexican like construction company? I think I looked at them a little while back. I didn't buy it, so I mean I don't know what help that is, but I think people are getting way too bullish on Mexico. I think too much of the spark in their growth is coming from the US consumer, who I think is dying. Would you let DFV join the quant team as long as he was qualified? The narrative interests me, but nothing is at the value I don't want to buy in at. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can gamble on the risk reward. I think I would be barely qualified to join the quant team. We'll see. As of right now, TFE's options position is worth $136.8 million. Yep. Do you think JFresh watches the stream? As little as possible, I'd imagine. Can I join the quant team? I can give really good hugs, and I promise it will drive JFresh batty, which is definitely a positive. I already have Dork doing that. Dork's already showers JFresh in unrequited love. Back after a while, can you recommend any good books? Did you read Options as a Strategic Investment? Read Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow. I already said no to your advancing of me being a quant. It won't happen. I mean, I'll make you a quant if you want to do a bunch of free legal work. Not in the slightest. Are you sure? Deal, I'm in. Check DM. Holy fuck. Wait, did that can't be real? That's just like a fake Warren Buffett account, right? This is real. Are we gonna break 40 or what? Oh, someday. I'll also have to decline your request to join the quant team. Well, you don't like doing unpaid labor? How weird. I love unpaid labor. Exactly. That's why you're a perfect fit, Nuke. Core 1M is rocketing. It's almost like dispersion is being ripped apart at the seams. That's my wife's job. Wife's job to make me do unpaid labor. That's another boomer joke. I'll write it down. It's the Rubin chip. I thought Quant's got access to the secret OnlyFans. You star in the secret OnlyFans. Thanks, crypto. Compounding gains. Regurg? What happened? I like my Reuben on rye with some mustard. Are you gonna put mustard on a Reuben? DM super secret stuff. Stop keeping so many secrets. You could know them all for the low, low price of your soul. Is SPX gonna have data issues now and go back to 5270, 250? Wait, that's all? Sign me up. No. Your soul doesn't have a law degree in a state with advantageous tax laws. Your soul isn't barred in a state with advantageous tax laws. I'm gonna go make a Reuben. No, I'm not. No. I'm not holding the market up. Who the fuck has Reuben ingredients laying around? You mean sauerkraut, rye bread, and pastrami? I have 2 of those things. I also have Swiss cheese. You use Russian dressing, not Thousand Island. Gross. This is how I know you're from Florida. It kind of looks like somebody bought $20 million worth of GME at market. Maybe. But someone sold 20 million shares earlier. It's the same thing and you know it. No, it's not. Thousand Island is like sweet. I think Russian dressing's also supposed to have caviar in it. Although I don't think I've ever found a place that still makes it that way. Cat got blasted today. I wonder how low it can go. I think it can keep going. Next support's around like 53.12. That's like saying corned beef and pastrami are the same thing. I have the earlier volume. I have the cheap WB volume data. It could just be that older one that you pointed out. Heavy stable, any downside is waiting for 5250, 5255 sold puts to start decaying out of the money. A move above 5250, 5255, I think we would see short vol want to keep sold strikes in the money. I mean, they would like that. Charm's already pretty deeply negative, and not just the 50 and 55 strikes, right? Almost like all the in the money puts are decaying negatively. So yeah, there's a lot of zero DTEs at 50, 5250, 5255, but there's also just a shitload of longer dated puts that are also decaying. The impact is less substantial, but aggregated it's quite a lot. Vix is green on the day already. Could that have been potential foreshadowing of downs? No, I don't think so. I don't know if you've ever had a Reuben where someone put Thousand Island dressing on it, BMG, but it's fucking disgusting. VIX 15 would be cool. VIX 16 would be even cooler. Reubens are disgusting? What? Pastrami Reubens are amazing. You shut your face, poopy pants. Ban him? Are the SPX and stock misquotes last week and this week something to be concerned about? Yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm not kidding either. Ghosts in the Machine. Cats has been 35 a sandwich for like the last 10 years. Ever since tourists started showing up and they realized they would pay more money for them. They're still good. They're just so overpriced I can't justify eating there very often. I've been to Ben's Deli, but it's been a long time. I don't think a Euro and a Reuben are really comparable. Is it still the best one in New York City? Uh, probably. Which I hate to say, but it probably is. I mean, I despise what they've become. I can't fault them for stealing the free money, right? But yeah, I mean, there's a couple smaller places in Brooklyn that might compete. Sarge's is still really good. Um, I think Sarge's has better meat than Cats, but it kind of varies. So like their consistency isn't as good. You know who has fucking amazing pastrami and corned beef is Cantor's in LA. Cantor's might be better than like the New York spots nowadays. Bear Song, would you guys relax? It's because of the LA water. Their bagels suck. Like all of their rugula are pretty good, but most of the other shit there is terrible. They have fucking awful bagels. Can you give us a price where you'd bring out the bear song? 45.50. Good delis are hard to come by where I'm from. The Hispanic bakeries are usually great though. I mean, but you can buy Cubanos, right? There's a couple places here that have good ones, but not as good as like Miami. Jesus Christ, I'll be dead. 51.89. Yeah, that's a good one. Charm times 100 times spot. Yeah. Yeah, that should be the notional adjustment for each contract. 45.50. I'm gonna ban you for that. Why? That's such a great number. Interesting. I would never go to Tampa, so I'll never know. What price does the MM go long Vana? They're probably pretty close. $52.29. No stops on your QQQ. They expire tomorrow. I've had Gator. Yeah, it doesn't taste like chicken at all. It wasn't bad though. It kind of tastes like a chicken fucked fish. Yeah. In Long Vana, the MM has to buy out of the money short dated puts to hedge their book. It could go sub $2. I don't know. It was getting a little bit of price improvement earlier today. That seems to be turning around though. It's getting added to the Russell 3000. Left a gap to the downside there. It's gonna keep bouncing back to delta neutral every time a couple puts capitulate. That's fucking boring. Ooh. That's cool. Do you consider Carl one of the quants? Absolutely not. Speaking of Carl, where has he been? What's on Raspberry Pi potential IPO? No idea. I don't generally care about IPOs. Yeah, that's reasonable, Danionaire. One GME share or one SPX 5250p? That's a good question. QQQ got a solid fucking bounce here. I think as long as we stay under 5250, this is probably going to turn back. Getting an awful lot of momentum on the bounce, though. It'll be harder to stop. Yeah. Charm's still pretty deeply negative on the day. They're really trying to lever this up, though. I think they're just trying to short vol as hard as they can in order to keep it from spiking. I feel like we're in that situation we were in again last week where VIX under 14 is more important than the price of the index. Maybe you have NVIDIA on both the top right and bottom right graphs. Ha. Are they selling puts? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lots of them. I'm just trying to see 5230 end of day. Well, I mean, as long as volatility stays kind of elevated here, we can still push down through the short puts. I'd like us to get a little further away from gamma delta neutral, so we stop chopping around it. Um, but obviously, short vol doesn't want that. The Fed has taken over the short-term interest rate market from 870 billion in August 08 to 7.2 trillion today. It now averages 33% of GDP over the past 4 years. Now, markets don't care about fundamentals and have an unhealthy obsession with the decision of a government agency. Where's that from? Are you just ranting, or is that like a quote from something? Gamma neutral on the monthly, it's at like 291.91. Chief economist at First Trust. He sounds like a libertarian. Sounds like a calcul duration risk. I mean, more accurately, it sounds like he's blaming the Fed for fiscal policy. Delta's breaking down again. Hmm. Mm. This could be another day where I should have bought 5300s with 150 minutes left. Possibly. Things do get slightly spicier around here. They're definitely buying the dips. Charm's still very negative. So's Delta. But if they were able to push enough sold puts back out of the money, they might be able to get a repeat of what happened on Friday. Problem with this range is there's not a ton of sold puts here. Otherwise, vol would be a lot more sensitive. Break out here. Options are so massively overpriced. I'm shorting the fuck out of tomorrow's puts. Hmm. Jimmy broke VWAP. Yep. That's not too. 5266. I don't think 5300, but we if we get over like 60-65, we could get back to 75 again. Just 60. I think 60 back to 75. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. Because the MM will start to dump their hedge if we get like the 52-55 out of the money enough. And that puts us, it's like a similar setup to last Friday on the bounce, right? But not nearly as bullish. That'll depend on call buying on the move up. Should eat the loss on the 5230? Probably, because you should be able to at least buy it back cheaper before we cross back below DN, even if this gets rejected. But it may not. There's a bit of momentum on it. Correlation's turning around a little bit. Three-month is picking up. So that's not really changing much. ES bounce is pretty low volume. But 5287 could lock in a reversal. In 5 minutes picking up some momentum. We got a little bit of momentum on longer time frames. That was an interesting open for the month. Yeah, Gamma could push us higher. The market maker is going to dump. So as those go deeper in the money, the market maker is going to dump the hedge on them more and more, right? That negative delta. What are your thoughts on the market going up, then down, then up? This is what it does. Although the pullback below delta neutral is kind of a good sign, right? We're testing it multiple times. I don't necessarily like the higher low out on like the 1 hour, but we'll see how it shakes out. Do you have a theory on DFE's movements, or you think just straight up degen movement of the masses playing on his position? I mean, I'll definitely say that this entry is far more risky than when he tweeted previously. There's a lot more liquidity now, and more of the chain is open, so the chances of a Vega squeeze occurring are a lot lower. Like, they can sell a ton of vol without picking up too much Vega exposure. Why would he choose the 20 strike? That's actually a good question. I don't know. I guess he figured he could exercise if he needed to. He wanted to buy the Delta, so he went in the money. Were you surprised to see his big GME positions? No, I figured if he tweeted again, like he was gonna drop his positioning, right? Because the meme videos like fizzled out on hype pretty quick last time. So the ace up his sleeve was, dropping his position. It was the MM selling against his 20Cs also. Like the volume on the strike was like 1-for-1 against his purchases. So they were just like crushing the vol on his position. Near-term predictions for GME. If it closes below 27.30 today, I think that's pretty bearish. But if it holds, T plus 1 could be fun. SPX is about to break 60. Vol's still coming down. Delta turns positive. Pretty close to here, right? 65. Actually, we're kind of still pretty far away from that. Delta doesn't turn positive till 70. Why isn't that moving down? Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I think he was trying to hold up the underlying with in the money calls. Yeah, they have that effect. Well, yeah, because you continue to pressure short vol by preventing them from dropping the price. When is T plus 1? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, was that? Are you serious or are you fucking with me? Mara? No. Two plus one is tomorrow. Imagine if Roy and Kitty collaborated with Gherkin instead of just calling for Darth's exile. I mean, he wasn't wrong, right? 2 plus 1 plus the 69-day extension they get whenever SPX data is crimed. I think DOV's ultimate goal is to get $1 billion. Well, yeah, right? If DOV said he would partner up, but you have to sacrifice JFresh and Dork, would you sacrifice them? No. Will you give DFE an automatic Pontiff slot? Sure. I think he just sold and rebought at 21. I am DFE. How do I claim my prize? I hope DFE watches the stream, if only so that I can tell him penis, 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 ha ha ha, penis, penis, penis balls. Nice. One second. All right. How many drinks do you guys have with meals? I feel like I'm the only one who has at least 3 waters or 2 Diet Cokes. That's a lot of drinks with one meal, I think. Maybe if it's really salty. 10 beers? This isn't looking that strong, right? Is it just me? Really ran into resistance where it needed to find strength. Yep, failed. Buyers at 55. Falls turning back up again. We lose 55. It's almost 2 o'clock. So charm's gonna start to be pretty important here. Hmm. I'm gonna get another bounce. No, still weak. 58. Small bounce. It's kind of starting to break apart. That's still a little bit supportive. Yes, failed the reversal before we hit 52.89. So lower high. Might get a continuation. Where would that put our low for the day? Like 52.40? Yeah, like 52.40 support. Let's see, this could still break up, but it's definitely weaker. First of all, someone would have banned the Dans for a DFV collab stream. You know that could never happen. Dans are too important to the lore of the channel. Maybe like a temporary muting. I mean, just watch the weekend stream, and then I don't have to spend 30 minutes telling you about it, Nans. Jimmy Poor Chat is exhausting. Yeah. Woo, AMC hit $5. MOASS is here, baby. Your hero Adam Aaron is about to get a whole bunch more liquidity. That's a compromise. Yeah. Best CEO in the business. Jimmy's sticking to VWAP. Rejected off of it a little bit here. But should have support at 30. I really don't like this range. I'd much rather we were below 55. This is too bouncy. Way too much stability, and Charm's like a little bit supportive here, which is annoying. The longer we chop here, the more supportive it's going to become. I just want to fill Gherk. I hear you. Hmm. Delta turns positive now. 68. We're gonna need a bigger failure here for this to reverse. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, what a piece of shit. Alright. That's the retested 64. I mean, if it keeps breaking higher, I don't know how quickly they're gonna become exhausted trying to pump this. Like that might just be it, where I got stopped. But um, they still need to get it above like 68, 67 for it to move. Like for it to really like squeeze off the short put hedge. Oh, fucking wick. G-Man a wee pennant? So it does squeeze. Hmm. Take longer though. Hmm. I'm gonna wait for a breakout though. Keep getting rejected. Huh. Alright, Delta's starting to fall off again. Still need to get below 55 for the charm to start pushing down. This spiked quick. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance at 64. There's not a lot of puts there. There's not a lot of anything right here. So that was kind of surprising. I wonder if 55-50 will collapse like they did earlier. They appear to be long calls. They shouldn't be very supportive. No position on Jimmy, but is short vol piling in on it, making for potential June OPEX. Short vol's definitely piling in on it, especially after this morning's run. However, they're losing ground. So they pushed back on it pretty hard. They've got vol turned around a little bit, but there's still a lot of arbitrage that needs to be resolved, and they're like drying up liquidity pretty fast, right? So I think Jamie is going to be largely dependent on where it holds. Um, if Jamie holds above like the $27 level, which I think I marked earlier into close, short vol is going to be in a rough position come market open tomorrow. Oh great! Now 55 is going to act as support. That's fucking annoying. I don't know if the fucking still need to be below it for the decay to be advantageous. So we need like one more solid failure. And if we get slip below the 55, then charm can push us down into the end of the day. Was it still too early? Probably not. I think if we fail 55 before by like 3 o'clock, or if we're still under 55 by 3 o'clock, either or, that's pretty bearish into close. Fuck your decay, cap up. Price action's behaving like volatility is way higher than it is. All of these bounces and rejections have been super sharp today. But we get like a big move in volume and then it just disappears. What about November OPEX though? How does it look after today's action? I think the share distribution's today. Today's the final day. What's up, Nuke? Oh. Back from my meeting, did I miss MOASS? Yes. I wonder if DFE is going to roll all of his options up to $30. Shares of what? Some brokers have it automated, but others you have to call. Did Superstock notice that DFE didn't have any shares DRS'd and used options? No. They think because he posted in Superstock that he's in support of DRS. Fucking Christ. I really don't want to straddle here either. I think bulls are more worried about staying above 52.55 than they're worried about pushing for 53.50 right now. This post got deleted from Wall Street Bets via AutoMod. So you then posted in Superstock. Yeah. One of their top comments was like, so he was the one buying all those call options. The way they say call options and not just calls feels so wrong. Like they're all homeschooled. He should have posted in GME Meltdown. That would have been hilarious. That actually would have been really funny. Why would the AutoMod remove his post from Wall Street Bets? I think it removes anything GME related. Like you have to say things like the stock that shall not be named and stuff. That should tell you all you need to know about GME. That it comes with a pile of insane cultists that make stock trading not fun. Yes. I really want vol to rise into the back half of the day. Come on, that's gotta be all the juice they have left, right? No more pumpies. I want financial conditions to stop fucking easing right now. This is bullshit. And why is oil down? That weird little test at 65 is actually kind of bearish. Like oil's down on OPEC extending cuts even further. Just give the market a minute. It's digesting the OPEC cuts. They're not very smart. It takes a while. But they still extended the current cuts. They're not going to phase shit out if oil's at $74 a barrel. They're just going to cut more. Hmm. Hmm. Delta's falling off a little bit. Not much, but a little. How's ES? ES doesn't look very bullish. It's kind of mixed. That's maybe starting to feel a little. That's too far out though. It's quiet, a little too quiet. It's not that quiet. You gotta stop watching Magic School Bus pin flaps. Would you look at ATO? Yeah, that's pretty tradable. Wide range. Volatility must be kind of high. Assuming there's a lot of time to enter on reversals, but they seem to have some staying power. Do you have the Jimmy Barra fee? I think it's at like 8%. That's not the prime Barra rate. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. That's the retail Barra rate. What are you looking at here with SPX? Well, if SPX can fall back below 55, Charm can push it down into the end of the day, and we're watching bulls try to prevent that from happening. Right at that monthly resistance level at 52.64. Another failure here would be pretty bearish on the retest. How's liquidity looking with them? It's pretty thin. There was a little covering like Thursday, Friday last week. Today it looks like they're just pushing down on it again. Not super hard. They're not like shorting the fuck out of it, but they're shorting it. Still in your Gen 25 How Leaps? Yeah, I actually added a few. Everyone talking about DFE, but no one asks how RFK's position is doing. And support is 60. But we need to push through 55. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What did you guys do? The stalkers say margin call triggered the BRK glitch. I love that Reddit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hmm. 250. Still above 55. Dillard's is down 2% to Costco's up. Nvidia's still holding up. Apple's retreated a bit. Ooh, nice rejection. Not enough of one, but a nice one. Go on, rip to 5305. I dare you. I'm still holding on to any end phase. Yeah, I still have some on my 130s. On my 150s. DDS still has a long way to go before the secret DDS-DD kicks in. Yeah. A long way to go down. What's the prediction for today? For end of day? I mean, I think as long as we stay above 55, it should be pretty bullish. I don't think we're going to get a pump like yesterday, but the setups are like Friday. But there's some similarities in the setup on an upside move. Like, I think if we do break out, we can move to like 75 or 85. Like, there's a bit of range on it. But the same is also true if we fail 55. A drop below 55 could see charms swing us the other way. And pretty hard too. No problem, me too. When oil $100 a barrel? I don't know. When's Zom gonna go down while oil tanks? So wait and see. Yeah, there's not a lot of interest in this range. Oh, 55 to like 70. So really it depends on where decay pushes us as we get closer to the end of the day. And if that's, below 55, then we could get like a larger move here. But the same is true on the upside, right? Except unlike Friday, there's a chance that we could just get stuck here. Like there's not enough decay, or decay breaks down more evenly and we just get stuck where we're at. So I would wait for something confirmed outside of the current range. Straddle, maybe? You can get burned on a straddle, though. And add the money options are still really expensive. Like the add the money put is $5. Add the money calls $4. So you're saying we can go up, down, or stay flat? No, I'm saying if we go below 55, we're gonna go down. If we go above 70, we're gonna go up, and if we don't do either of those things, we're gonna chop. Hmm. Do you mean calls at close if we hold price? If we stay above 30, I might pick some up. Excellent summary, Bob. What kind of theta? Weeklies? Why would I buy theta here? Ivy's super blown out. It's too expensive. That's a head and shoulders. I forgot to set the stop on the call side of my straddle this morning. And so I ended up getting stopped out at 52.75, which is basically where I bought it. Yeah. There are two downside gaps the MM should really consider filling here before somebody falls into them. Do you want finding anything interesting in the 12:30 time and sales for GME? There was 20 million volume. I didn't really look at the rest. Hmm. Might have been an options trade. Sure as shit wasn't that strike. 30? Hmm. $30.60. Yeah, I mean, it's still holding above 27, so that's a good sign. At least so far. I really kind of want to like some 5285s in case this does break out. Close my CCs at 4. Ouch. Are you a registered anarchist? What? Huh. Interesting. Do anarchists that you know have a registry? Kind of kills any profit on the position. Yeah. Doesn't the FBI register you automatically? Sounds like some very organized anarchy. That's the best kind of anarchy. One with strong bureaucratic systems in place. It's like anarchy for people with OCD. I borrowed the anarchist cookbook from the New York City Library when I was like 13 and edgy. So, you know, I'm at least on that list. Why did they have it in the library? Because it's a book. I'm eating fried rice with carrots and edamame and seaweed, onions, egg in it. I didn't make anything in the anarchist cookbook. I was just curious, not Timothy McVeigh. It was published in 1971 by Lyle Stewart. In the absence of Gen Gen, I'd like to state that we at your local library They're simply there to provide information, not interpret that information. Exactly. Where's my 9 minute to expiry? Glory lay. Puts or calls? I mean, it's right now it's calls because we're above 52.55, right? You never made a tennis ball bomb? I was gonna sit there and peel fucking heads off of matches all day. I lived in Brooklyn. I just get a grenade. What about sparklers? If you can't find what you're looking for in Brighton Beach, I don't know what you're doing with yourself. The would like us to close just a little higher than here. Like 70 or 60, kind of like 67, 68. But Delta's positive now. Slightly. And that could start to, like, squeeze off the hedge on the short puts. Do you live in Brooklyn? No, I live in Manhattan. I refused to buy hemp clothing, so they wouldn't rent me an apartment there. Should we clap for short volatility when they just do really good? All right. Never mind. Gherkin actually lives in New Jersey, but would never admit it. Oh, Baradactyl. I know you want to be closer to me, but it's not happening. We were tracking the April move so nice until this afternoon. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure that we're not still just tracking the April move. Hmm. Are you bearish on Halliburton? I picked up some more leaps today. I tried to sell some in the money calls, but I didn't get a lot of fills. I have some sold calls at 40. Those are really safe now. But yeah, not a lot of liquidity in the money. I guess I could hedge it with short like shorter dated puts, but it doesn't seem worthwhile. I don't think oil will stay down that long. This is an expensive price to buy the stock. But their growth has been pretty good. I mean, margins the last couple of quarters haven't been my favorite. Yeah, I know earnings is coming up. It's like 2 weeks, right? Apparently some people got filled with market orders for Burke. And that makes me giggle. Yeah, but did they get filled sub 600,000? Absolutely not. Because it looks like some people filled filled at like spot before, like where spot was before the downside. And then some people must have made some money off the fucking weird, like 20% bounce there, right? This is not the moon I was promised. On what? Huh. Let's say by some miracle someone was able to get Berkey for 200. Does the broker pay the difference or no? They would make you pay the other 599,800. I mean, if it was a real NBBO bid that dropped the price, then that would just be the price you bought it for, and whoever had a market sell would get fucked out of $600,000. Why would the broker say fuck you? They just added $600,000 to their assets under management. They've got your back. That person's broker would be like, fuck you. Whoever had the market sell. That's what I said. Like, if it's a real bid, then it's like a trade at that level would be legitimate, but it wasn't. It was a data outage. SS would beg to differ that the broker has your back. Well, yeah. How's that working out for him? Unpopular opinion, the moon was towed into orbit in order to make the Earth habitable and foster life. Slightly more popular opinion, the moon was formed when a big fucking rock hit Earth. Also, it's made of cheese. Calm down, Gromit. Jimmy has run twice, and approximately 0 of them total. Could have sold at $50 in the pre-market today. Could have shorted it at $50 in the pre-market today. I wonder who would do something so egregious. Not me. I shorted it at 43.25. I want to know who in the pickle jar sold DFE all those calls. If he'd had 6 7s, I could have taken credit, but he didn't. Does DFE have big cojones for the $60 million position? I mean, the risk is relative, right? He's up right now. I thought it hit 47. It was like 47 and change, I think was the high in the pre-market. I put an order in for like pre-market open, and I got a fill in the 30s, so I was like, "Oh, cool." And then I got closed out of it at 44, and then I went short for a little while, and then I went to bed. I didn't get the Dillionaire song yesterday when I joined. Oh yeah, because I was talking to Dork and J Fresh, and if I played it, I would have blown up everyone's eardrums. But here you go, man. Thank you so much. Middle Western consumer sentiment rap. You can't just ask everyone who joins Dillionaire if they're DFE. It's rude. We've talked about this. How do we not just squeeze this shit out, right? Let's go. Wasn't Fubo on DFV's list back in the day? I think it was the only thing that was on Reg Show longer than GME. But Fubo's way more liquid now than it was back then. They've done so many share offerings. Is debt BNED's biggest issue? Yeah, by a long shot. How was your option down more than 100%? From what I can see, the only SPX goal is to keep the 5280C at exactly $1.75 until close. Well, we got 30 minutes, and charms our buddy to the upside. So, GME is getting dangerously close to falling below 27.30. Support here should be 60 should be pretty supportive. 65 a little bit. Not a ton. So the only thing we're getting hung up on is the put wall at 75. But if we can get over that, can move to like 52.90, 53.05. Is your long-term PT still 5 to 750? 750 to like 10? Yeah. As long as their revenues continue to increase at the current rate. Last night I said something which made me feel like an actual shill for the first time ever. Um, I hypothesized that what if DFV's legacy wasn't making 50 million on GME but losing 115 million on GME? That would be epic, right? That's hate. I mean, that's the rule of Wall Street bets, right? Any money taken out of the system must be returned to the system. Yeah. Charm is not being a good buddy right now. It's trying. There's some issues with the puts at 75. The only Wall Street bets legends are the ones who've lost it all. Do you have an opinion on the direction you think Jolts is gonna print? No, not at all. That fucking data set is so random. I don't think last month's decline was sufficient to consider it a turnaround by any means. Are the calls going to come in 5 to 10 minutes before close, like in olden times? I don't see why not. God. If DFV posts his position tonight and he rolled all of his calls up to $30, that's going to be so cool. I may buy a GME call for overnight just in case that happens. That would be a huge big dick energy move. You know, you could just say, like, you're really doubling down on big there. He's gonna exercise them. Well, hopefully he did that in the pre-market today. No, GME closing above 30 should be pretty bullish. We just don't want it to close below 27.37. Fine. Rolled up 8,000 of them, exercised the rest, poopy pants. Happy? No? Alright. I tried. Why is above 30 bullish? There's still pressure on the Vega. So the longer dated sold calls are still pressured here. Whereas if we fall back under 30, everything's just gonna kind of break apart. There's not a lot of out of the money positioning on GME anyway. Like most of the bullish delta on the chain is just DFV, which is crazy. Citron Research versus DFV. Hmm. Market stuck. Yeah, yeah. I need more calls. Or short vol just to be like a little more aggressive here into the end of the day. You're bearish on how? No. I mean, oil's tanking right now, but I'm not I'm not I'm not very bearish on it. I wouldn't buy it at these prices. But I did add to my Jan 25 leaps. This isn't bullish. Why are bulls giving up? There's 20 minutes. Gonna let the bears win the day? Ooh, 65 would be bad. I don't want to do that though. That's the boring outcome. It's closing where the MM wins. Papa Japan cutting the Bulls credit line off. There might have been some intervention. The volume earlier on today's drop in USD JPY was pretty crazy. I don't know. I might pick up a couple before close. They're so fucking overpriced. $35s or $4. They're all the same fucking price. Goddamn retail buying everything at the ask. GME crashing? Oh, fuck. Wait, no, 2737's gonna save us. This is DeWay. Look how accurate this shit is. Did somebody just short the fuck out of GME? Somebody dumped 2 million shares. Don't let Kenny beat you, DFE. You can do it. There's only one person trading the stock, Dork. How many shares Keith Gill sold when it stopped at 30? Absolute mad lad. I'm gonna reiterate, it's really bearish if we close below 2737. GameStop didn't sell 700 million shares. It'd be funny, but Superstock would lose their mind. Cohen's evil if he does that, right? After DFV posted his position. You don't become a billionaire by being nice. There's like zero interest in the 27 strike, and yet we bounced like to the penny off of that level. It's almost like it's important.
Internal concerns about Gill's GameStop trading. Considering removing Keith Gill from the platform, Gill bought large volume of GameStop call options before May rally. Okay. This is a free market. You watch your fucking mouth. That's a bad look for. Yeah, it is. Former poor makes money, and it must be stopped. Uh-oh. Poor GME. Way to spill the beans to Kenny, you bastard. How's this my fault? If Superstar could trade options, he'd be very mad right now. Uh, I thought DFE used TDA. No, E-Trade. Always E-Trade. I hate E-Trade. I don't know why he uses them as a broker, but WeBull would never pull that shit. You know, they might not settle your contracts at the appropriate price. So the off button is same like ban DFV? Apparently. Yeah, it's bouncing. We got back above. Wait, Gherk, what? That's a lot of liquidity if he has to ACAT transfer his account. Yeah, it is. Although he could, he could create a holding company. If puts cost same like shares, then why did I make money on puts today? Because you bought them. Today was a good day for puts. Not the best day for puts, but a good day for puts. Was it NYSE halts in the AM the reason BBBY says it's trading at $0? What does it mean if you can't delete a comment you made in the chat? Well, probably that I read it. Check the 30 strike on GME. What about it? Ooh. That's a decent amount of volume. 11,000. A lot of those are sold, though, at the 30. Like, the 30 and the 40 are where they shorted vol in the initial run. It's not stopping. It's kind of just sitting at 11,000. It's not going up very much. Five minutes to close, Dork. I'm gonna need a 20 Sigma move. Let's see it. All the Sigmas. Yeah, or we just reject off 75 again and this is over. Two $15 candles and then a $5 candle. I don't think I'm asking for too much. Yeah, I heard about it, Bob. About 5x 128C weekly on GME. I feel like I just threw away $130. I don't know. And we're still above 2737. But Also, yeah, you probably did. I said if it closed above 30, I would buy calls. We're going in the money, dork. Ah! Rejected at 80? This is fucking bullshit. Get the fuck back up there. We can't close below gamma neutral again. What did you do to GME? I didn't do anything. Above 2737? The market maker, I mean, we're not very far above it, which isn't great. But, you know, above it, the MM could defend the downside and through the overnight. Below it, the MM's just a seller in all conditions. Oh, this is the thing. We still have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, $11. I need more of these. One minute to expiry. It's the only way. Ding ding. Lamb. So close. The Bulls just didn't have it in them. They tried. Oh, wait. No. I just moved the chart. I mean, yeah. Maybe ES keeps rocketing though. I'm just gonna start playing all my end of day 0 DTs on ES instead. It seems so much better. Because the MM always finalizes the fucking move after the market closes. Well, I got obliterated on GME and Nvidia, and I won't all day at SPX. Time to retire from GME. Fair enough. All right. So a bit of a rejection today, and then we bounced back. Not exactly an inverse head and shoulders, but an attempt at one. This puts us pretty much in the same position we were at on Friday's close, where we're still in the negative gamma environment. We still have to deal with that big, big fucking pile of sold calls to the upside. Um, and honestly, like we could just fail here and drop right back down again, especially if the sold put positioning isn't supportive enough, or tomorrow's data is bad. And tomorrow we have jolts, which is kind of a big deal. We also have factory orders and the tip economic optimism index, which may be a little less important, but jolts and factory orders will be pretty important, especially if we see a rise in factory orders. That would be very bearish, especially after today's ISM print kind of hinted at some contraction. It's still very uncertain, right? Because the S&P PMIs show manufacturing expanding. They're less robust than the ISM data set, but they are more current than the ISM data set. Anyway, broad commodities got hit pretty hard today. Big drop in oil. Oil down, or light crude down 3.83% today, to 74, which is I think the biggest drop this year. Yields and dollar both down pretty hard with the ISM contraction. We've got the 10-year back below 4.5, 5-year back below 4.5, and the 6 months fell off of the 5.4 level. Dollar declined almost 50 bips. Euro and pound up, and then yen and yuan up against the dollar as well. Correlation today actually did break down a little, though, at least the short-term correlation, and we saw a little bit more vol shorting on the 3 month. So a little further out, we're seeing some of that short vol positioning roll out, and that may have contributed to us destabilizing intraday as they de-risked the shorter dated short vol positions. Big drop in the USD JPY synthetic swap that we track, and a little bit of a turnaround in the forward yield on volatility, although that's remaining quite sensitive. And any further inversion in the yield curve is probably going to tighten that right back up again. Bond vols probably going to be elevated. Skew looks like still not a lot of tail risk hedging, but still a lot of short calls to the upside, which can kind of fuck with that data. Starting off the week at negative 33.6% correlation between the VIX 3 month and cash, or the VIX futures contract in front and cash VIX. This is a pretty big drop off of Friday, where we're at 37%. And increased correlation means we're likely to see more and more long vol positioning, right? Rate cuts, or Fed fund futures, are now pricing in 0.31 cuts for 2024. So the ISM data today added a little bit of a chance that we see slightly more than one rate cut this year. I don't think that's true. I also think ISM services data is probably going to be hot, and that's just going to reverse this. So, I mean, bulls really need everything to shake out perfectly this week. Not only do they need the PMI prints to be good, they're really going to need to see more contraction in labor, right? That gives the Fed some confidence to cut rates, and we're probably going to need to see the EU do nothing. And there's still a very, very high chance that the EU cuts rates at their meeting this week. And if they do, which is Thursday, if they do cut rates, that's gonna present a divergence in in central bank policy. So if they go to 4.25, that's going to see the dollar and US yields rocket. Yeah. So we'll see how it all shakes out, but I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I hope everyone had a good day. Later.